From space, the Congo Basin appears as a vast green heart beating in the center of Africa. Before we go any further, if you want a brand new Earth topic every single night to fall asleep to, subscribe. One tap and a new story is waiting for you every evening. This emerald expanse stretches across 6 countries, covering an area larger than Alaska. The rainforest breathes with the rhythm of 200 million years. Its canopy so thick that astronauts can see it from orbit as an unbroken carpet of green. The Congo rainforest is the second largest tropical rainforest on Earth. Only the Amazon surpasses it in size. Yet this African giant holds secrets the Amazon cannot claim. While the Amazon sits mostly in one country, the Congo spreads its roots across the Democratic Republic of Congo, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, and Gabon. Each border means nothing to the trees. They grow as one continuous forest, connected by invisible threads of wind, water, and wildlife. Scientists estimate this forest covers 1.5 million square miles. That number feels abstract until you imagine it differently. Picture every state east of the Mississippi River covered in unbroken rainforest. Picture trees so tall they scrape the belly of low clouds. Picture a green world where sunlight filters down through 5 distinct layers of leaves, each layer home to creatures that never touch the ground. The Congo River winds through this forest like a silver snake. This river carries more water than any river except the Amazon. It flows for 2,900 miles, collecting the rainfall from millions of trees. The river and forest work together in perfect partnership. The forest drinks from the river's floods. The river drinks from the forest's rain. Neither could exist without the other. Rainfall here measures between 60 and 80 inches each year. Some areas receive over 120 inches. To understand this abundance, imagine standing in a gentle shower that lasts for months. The water falls so consistently that many plants never developed deep roots. They simply drink from the air itself. Moisture hangs in the forest like invisible soup, so thick you can feel it on your skin. The temperature stays remarkably constant year-round. temperatures hover around 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Nighttime lows rarely drop below 70 degrees. This stability has existed for millions of years. While ice ages froze and thawed the northern continents, the Congo remained warm and wet. This constancy allowed life to evolve in extraordinary directions. Species had time to develop intricate relationships with each other. The forest canopy reaches heights of 130 to 180 feet above the ground. Emergent trees, the giants that poke above the main canopy, can stretch to 200 feet tall. These towering trees create their own weather systems. Their leaves catch moisture from passing clouds. Their roots tap into underground rivers. They are living skyscrapers, each one home to thousands of creatures that live their entire lives in the air. Beneath the canopy lies a world of permanent twilight. Only 2% of sunlight reaches the forest floor. This dim world moves to different rhythms than the bright canopy above. Here, sounds travel differently. Smells linger longer. Colors appear muted, as if viewed through green-tinted glass. The air itself feels thick and alive. The Congo Basin contains approximately 10,000 endemic plant species. Endemic means they exist nowhere else on Earth. These plants evolved in isolation, developing unique solutions to the challenges of forest life. Some grow leaves the size of dinner tables to catch every precious photon of filtered sunlight. Others climb toward the light using other trees as ladders, their roots never touching soil. This forest produces roughly 40% of Africa's oxygen. Every breath you take contains molecules that once danced through Congo leaves. The trees here work as a massive air purification system for the entire continent. They absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen in quantities so vast they influence weather patterns thousands of miles away. The biodiversity here staggers the imagination. Scientists have identified over 400 mammal species, 1,000 bird species, and 200 reptile species. These numbers represent only what we have found so far. New species emerge from the green depths regularly. Each expedition into unexplored areas reveals creatures that science has never seen before. The Congo rainforest stands as one of Earth's last great wilderness areas. It remains largely intact, unlike many other tropical forests around the world. This intactness allows natural processes to continue as they have for millennia. The forest regulates its own climate, creates its own weather, and maintains the delicate balance that keeps this green world thriving in the heart of Africa. The Congo River system created this vast green world through millions of years of patient carving. The river stretches 2,920 miles from its source in the highlands of Zambia to its mouth at the Atlantic Ocean. Only the Nile River runs longer on the African continent. The Congo carries more water than any river except the Amazon. Every second, roughly 1.4 million cubic feet of water flows past any given point along its course. That volume could fill an Olympic swimming pool in less than 2 seconds. This mighty river drains an area larger than India. The Congo Basin covers 1.4 million square miles of Central Africa. 6 different countries share this watershed. The Democratic Republic of Congo claims the largest portion, but Cameroon, Central African Republic, Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, and Gabon all contribute pieces to this watery puzzle. The river acts like a massive conveyor belt, carrying nutrients from the heart of Africa to coastal waters where they feed ocean life. The Congo River drops only 900 feet over its entire 2,920-mile journey. This gentle slope creates a slow, meandering flow that allows the river to deposit rich sediments across vast floodplains. These annual floods have built the fertile soils that support the rainforest for millions of years. The river carries roughly 43 million tons of sediment to the ocean each year. This muddy cargo contains the broken down remains of ancient mountains, weathered rocks, and countless generations of forest debris. Scientists believe the Congo River began forming around 40 million years ago. The river carved its path as the African continent slowly shifted and tilted. Geological forces pushed up mountain ranges that directed water flow into the pattern we see today. The river created its own valley, cutting deeper into bedrock, with each passing millennium. This process exposed different rock layers, creating the varied landscapes that support different types of forest communities. The Congo's tributaries form an intricate network of smaller rivers and streams. The Kasai River, the Sanga River, and the Ubangi River rank among the major tributaries. Each brings water from different regions, carrying unique chemical signatures that reflect the geology of their watersheds. The Kasai alone drains an area the size of Texas. These tributaries create the transportation highways that forest animals use to move between different areas. Water temperature in the Congo River stays remarkably constant year-round. The river maintains temperatures between 77 and 82 degrees Fahrenheit. This thermal stability supports fish communities that have evolved over millions of years. Scientists have identified over 700 fish species in Congo waters. Many of these fish exist nowhere else on Earth. The river's consistent temperature and chemistry create perfect conditions for this aquatic diversity. The Congo River creates its own weather patterns as it flows through the forest. Water evaporates from the river's surface, rises into the atmosphere, and falls as rain over the surrounding trees. This recycling process means that water molecules may fall as rain, flow into streams, join the river, evaporate again, and repeat the cycle multiple times before finally reaching the ocean. The river and forest work together as a giant water recycling system that keeps the entire region green and lush. Rapids and waterfalls interrupt the Congo's otherwise gentle flow in several locations. The Livingstone Falls create a series of 32 rapids near the river's mouth. These rapids drop the river 900 feet over just 220 miles. The thundering water carved deep gorges through solid rock. These natural barriers prevented early European explorers from traveling far upstream. The falls also create unique habitats where mist-loving plants thrive in the constant spray. The Congo River carries a chemical signature that oceanographers can detect far out in the Atlantic Ocean. The river's fresh water creates a plume that extends 500 miles into the ocean. This nutrient-rich water supports marine food chains that feed fish populations along Africa's western coast. Satellites can photograph the boundary where muddy river water meets clear ocean water. The mixing zone creates swirling patterns visible from space. During the dry season, the Congo River reveals sandbars and islands that disappear during high water periods. These temporary lands provide nesting sites for birds and resting places for river animals. Hippos gather in the deeper pools that remain when water levels drop. Crocodiles sun themselves on exposed mudflats. The changing water levels create a rhythm that forest life has adapted to over countless generations. This ancient dance between water and land continues to shape the green world that depends on the river's steady flow. The Congo Basin rainforest began its journey toward becoming the world's second largest tropical forest around 65 million years ago. Back then, Africa looked nothing like the continent we know today. The land sat much farther south, and the climate was warmer and wetter across the entire globe. Ancient seas covered parts of what would become the Congo Basin. Shallow tropical waters supported coral reefs and marine life in areas that now hold towering mahogany trees. As the supercontinent Pangaea continued breaking apart, Africa drifted slowly northward. This movement took millions of years. The shifting tectonic plates created the perfect bowl shape that would eventually cradle the Congo rainforest. Mountains rose along the edges of this basin like the rim of a giant soup bowl. The Cameroon highlands formed to the west. The East African Rift created barriers to the east. These mountain ranges would later trap moisture-laden clouds and create the perfect conditions for dense forest growth. Around 34 million years ago, global temperatures began dropping. Ice caps formed at the poles for the first time in millions of years. This cooling period, called the Oligocene epoch, changed weather patterns across Africa. The Congo Basin became cooler and drier. Many of the tropical plants that had covered the region disappeared. Grasslands and open woodlands replaced the lush forests. Only small pockets of forest survived in the wettest areas near rivers and streams. The real birth of today's country's Congo rainforest began around 10 million years ago. Global climate patterns shifted again. Ocean currents changed direction. The Atlantic Ocean became warmer. These changes brought more moisture to Central Africa. Rain clouds formed over the warm Atlantic waters and traveled inland. The mountain ranges surrounding the Congo basin caught these clouds and squeezed out their water. Rainfall increased dramatically across the region. Plants that had survived in small forest refuges began spreading outward. Seeds traveled on the wind and in the stomachs of animals. Birds carried fruit from one valley to another. Slowly, the forest expanded. Trees that could grow tall and fast had advantages in the competition for sunlight. Species that could tolerate shade thrived in the growing forest understory. The canopy began forming distinct layers as different plants found their preferred heights. The forest's three-story structure developed over millions of years. The emergent layer formed first, with the tallest trees reaching toward maximum sunlight. These giants, growing 200 feet tall or more, created a platform for the main canopy to develop beneath them. The main canopy became a continuous roof of leaves, about 100 feet above the ground. This green ceiling blocked most sunlight from reaching lower levels. Plants adapted to these shady conditions formed the understory layer. Each canopy level became home to different communities of animals and plants. Flying animals like birds and bats moved easily between levels. Climbing animals developed specialized grips for moving through the three-dimensional maze of branches. Some animals never touched the ground, spending their entire lives in the Canopy Cities above. The forest's incredible diversity emerged through millions of years of evolution in isolation. When climate changes separated forest areas, plants and animals in each isolated patch evolved differently. When forests reconnected during wetter periods, these newly different species met and created even more complex ecosystems. This cycle of separation and reconnection happened many times over millions of years. Rivers played a role in shaping the forest's development. Fast-flowing streams carved valleys that became natural highways for plant and animal movement. slower rivers created swampy areas where different types of plants could thrive. Seasonal flooding deposited rich soil that supported explosive plant growth. The network of waterways created thousands of slightly different habitats within the larger forest. Volcanic activity also influenced the forest's formation. Ash from erupting volcanoes added minerals to the soil. These nutrients supported faster plant growth and greater diversity. Areas with volcanic soil became hotspots of biological activity. The mineral-rich earth created ideal conditions for the massive trees that would eventually form the forest's backbone. Climate cycles continued shaping the forest even after its basic structure formed. Ice ages caused the forest to shrink and expand repeatedly. During cold periods, the forest retreated to small refuges near the equator. During warm periods, it spread outward again. Each cycle created new opportunities for evolution and adaptation. The species we see today represent the survivors of countless climate challenges over millions of years. The Congo rainforest we know today reached its current size and complexity only within the last few thousand years. This green world continues evolving. New species still emerge through natural selection. The ancient processes that created this forest continue working in the background, slowly shaping the future of one of Earth's most magnificent ecosystems. The forest floor of the Congo holds secrets written in the language of chemistry and time. Every fallen leaf becomes part of an ancient recycling system that has operated for millions of years. The thick carpet of decomposing plant matter contains the same carbon atoms that once floated through space in cosmic dust clouds. These carbon atoms traveled billions of miles before settling into the soil beneath towering mahogany trees. Iron oxide gives the Congo's soil its distinctive reddish color. This iron was forged in the nuclear furnace of a massive star that exploded long before our solar system existed. The dying star scattered iron across the galaxy in a spectacular supernova. Gravity eventually pulled these iron atoms into the swirling disk that became Earth. Today, that same stellar iron helps transport oxygen through the bloodstream of forest elephants and provides strength to the cell walls of ancient trees. Phosphorus cycles through the forest floor in an endless dance of life and death. Plants absorb phosphorus from the soil to build their DNA and store energy. When animals eat the plants, phosphorus moves through the food web. Eventually, it returns to the soil through waste and decomposition. The phosphorus atoms in a butterfly's wings today may have once been part of a dinosaur's bones millions of years ago. This element connects every living thing in the forest to the deep history of life on Earth. The soil contains layers that tell stories spanning thousands of years. Scientists can read these layers like pages in a book. Charcoal fragments reveal ancient forest fires. Pollen grains show which plants grew here centuries ago. Volcanic ash layers mark eruptions that happened on distant mountains. Each layer preserves a moment in time when the forest looked different than it does today. Nitrogen arrives in the Congo through multiple pathways that span the globe. Lightning strikes create nitrogen compounds that rain carries to the forest floor. Ocean currents transport nitrogen-rich dust from the Sahara Desert across thousands of miles. This dust settles on leaves and eventually reaches the soil. Bacteria living in root nodules capture nitrogen directly from the air and convert it into forms that plants can use. The nitrogen in a tree's leaves may have started its journey in the atmosphere above the Atlantic Ocean. Calcium and magnesium wash down from the weathering of ancient rocks in the mountains. These minerals traveled through rivers for hundreds of miles before reaching the forest. Plants need calcium to build strong cell walls and magnesium to capture sunlight in their chlorophyll. The same calcium that strengthens a bird's eggshell also helps massive trees grow tall enough to reach the canopy. Magnesium atoms enable the green leaves to transform sunlight into sugar through photosynthesis. Water molecules in the soil have traveled an incredible journey through Earth systems. Some water fell as rain just days ago. Other water has been cycling through underground aquifers for thousands of years. The hydrogen in these water molecules formed during the first few minutes after the Big Bang. The oxygen formed inside ancient stars through nuclear fusion Every drop of water in the Congo connects the forest to the cosmic processes that created our universe. Organic compounds in the soil create a chemical communication network between plants. Trees release chemical signals through their roots when insects attack them. Other trees detect these signals and begin producing defensive compounds. The soil acts like a living internet that allows plants to share information about threats and resources. This underground chemical network helps coordinate the forest's response to changing conditions. Trace elements scattered throughout the soil come from meteorites that struck Earth over billions of years. Tiny amounts of rare metals like iridium and platinum arrived from space and now cycle through the forest ecosystem. These cosmic visitors brought elements that are essential for certain biological processes. The forest floor contains a library of cosmic history written in scattered atoms from distant worlds. Decomposer organisms transform dead plant matter into the basic chemical building blocks of life. Bacteria break down cellulose into simple sugars. Fungi digest lignin from wood and release nutrients back to the soil. Earthworms process organic matter and create nutrient-rich castings. This decomposition process releases the same elements that will become part of new plants, continuing an endless cycle of renewal. The chemistry of the Congo's forest floor connects every atom to the vast story of the universe. Elements forged in stellar cores billions of years ago now support the most biodiverse ecosystem on the African continent. The soil beneath our feet contains the scattered remains of ancient supernovas, the breath of long-extinct animals, and the promise of future forests yet to grow. In this hidden kingdom below the trees, the building blocks of life continue their eternal dance of creation and renewal. The forces that shape the Congo rainforest work silently across millions of years, carving this green cathedral through patient persistence. Gravity pulls water from the Atlantic Ocean into clouds that drift inland, carrying moisture deep into the heart of Africa. These water-heavy clouds rise when they meet the forest canopy, cooling as they climb higher into the atmosphere. The cooling triggers rainfall hits the forest below, creating a cycle that has sustained this ecosystem for over 60 million years. Heat from the sun drives this massive water engine with relentless energy. Solar radiation warms the forest floor and evaporates moisture from countless leaves, sending invisible rivers of water vapor skyward. Each large tree releases hundreds of gallons of water into the air every single day through tiny pores in its leaves. This process, called transpiration, creates its own weather system above the forest. The Congo Basin generates nearly half of its own rainfall through this natural recycling of moisture. Atmospheric pressure changes guide the seasonal rains that flood and retreat across the forest floor. During the wet season, low-pressure systems pull moisture-laden air inland from the Atlantic. The forest receives over 8 feet of rain each year, more than most places on Earth. This water carries dissolved minerals from rocks and soil, feeding the towering trees that can live for over 1,000 years. Some of these ancient giants began growing when European explorers first reached the Americas. The Earth's rotation creates invisible forces that influence wind patterns across the Congo Basin. These rotating air masses, called the Coriolis effect, help determine where storms form and how they move across the landscape. Trade winds carry seeds, spores, and even small insects between distant parts of the forest. Birds and bats ride these air currents to travel hundreds of miles without flapping their wings. The atmosphere becomes a highway that connects isolated forest patches across the vast green expanse. Tectonic forces deep beneath the Earth's crust continue to shape the Congo Basin through imperceptible movements. The African continent sits on a massive plate of rock that drifts slowly across the planet's surface. This continental drift has positioned the Congo Basin perfectly along the equator, where it receives maximum solar energy throughout the year. The stable geological foundation has allowed the forest to grow undisturbed for millions of years, while other regions faced ice ages and dramatic climate changes. Underground pressure from the Earth's core pushes mineral-rich water through cracks in bedrock, creating natural springs that feed forest streams. These deep waters carry nutrients that were locked in stone for millions of years. Iron, calcium, and other essential elements dissolve into the groundwater and eventually reach tree roots. The forest's tallest trees, some reaching over 200 feet high, depend on this steady supply of underground minerals to build their massive trunks and branches. Magnetic fields generated by the Earth's molten core help migrating animals navigate through the dense forest canopy. Birds use these invisible magnetic lines, like compass needles, to find their way across thousands of miles of unbroken green. Elephants may also sense magnetic fields as they follow ancient migration routes through the forest. These pathways, worn smooth by countless generations of forest elephants, create natural corridors that allow nutrients and genetic material to flow between distant parts of the ecosystem. The gravitational pull of the moon affects even this landlocked forest through its influence on atmospheric pressure. Tidal forces that move oceans also create subtle changes in air pressure that can trigger rainfall patterns. Scientists have discovered that some trees time their flowering and fruiting cycles to lunar phases. The forest responds to cosmic rhythms that have guided life on Earth for billions of years. Temperature differences between day and night create convection currents that lift nutrients from the forest floor into the canopy above. Hot air rises during the day, carrying microscopic particles, pollen, and moisture upward through the forest layers. Cool night air sinks back down, bringing different chemical compounds to ground level. This vertical mixing ensures that nutrients cycle efficiently through all levels of the forest ecosystem. These invisible forces work together like instruments in a vast orchestra, each playing its part in sustaining the Congo's ancient green symphony. Solar energy, gravity, atmospheric pressure, and magnetic fields combine their effects across scales of time that dwarf human experience. The same forces that move continents and guide migrating birds also determine where each seedling will find enough light to grow into a forest giant. In this patient collaboration between earth and sky, the Congo rainforest continues its slow dance of growth and renewal, shaped cosmic forces that began their work long before the first trees ever touched these African soils. The scale of life in the Congo rainforest defies easy understanding. African giant swallowtail butterflies soar through the canopy with wingspans that stretch nearly a foot across. These magnificent creatures dwarf many of the forest's smaller birds. Their wings shimmer with electric blues and deep blacks, patterns so intricate they seem painted by an artist's finest brush. When one lands on your outstretched hand, its wings would overlap the edges by several inches, but size works in both directions in this ancient forest. The Congo's smallest butterfly, a delicate copper species, measures less than half an inch from wingtip to wingtip. You could fit 12 of them on a single leaf of the giant water lily that floats in forest pools. The contrast between these two butterflies captures something essential about the Congo's incredible range of scale. Forest elephants here stand nearly 4 feet shorter than their savanna cousins. Yet they still tower over most forest life. A full-grown male reaches about 8 feet at the shoulder. Picture standing next to your garage door. Then imagine something even taller, moving silently through dense vegetation. These elephants weigh as much as 4 cars combined, yet they navigate through spaces between trees with surprising grace. The trees themselves exist on a scale that challenges human perception. The tallest emergent trees stretch over 200 feet into the sky. If you placed the Statue of Liberty at the base of one of these giants, Lady Liberty's torch would barely reach the tree's first major branches. The trunk of a mature African mahogany can measure 15 feet across. 3 adults holding hands could not wrap their arms around its circumference. Termite mounds rise from the forest floor like ancient monuments. Some reach 30 feet high, equivalent to a 3-story building. Inside these structures, millions of termites maintain temperatures within 2 degrees of their preferred range. The mounds contain more individual chambers and tunnels than a modern apartment complex. Air conditioning systems move fresh oxygen through passages so narrow that a human hair would barely fit. Army ant colonies march across the forest floor in columns that can stretch for 100 500 yards. A single colony contains up to 20 million individual ants. If you could count one ant per second without stopping, it would take you 8 months to count them all. These living rivers of insects can be 6 feet wide and several inches deep. The sound of millions of tiny legs moving across leaves creates a rustling whisper that experienced guides can hear from 50 yards away. Strangler figs begin their lives as tiny seeds deposited in tree canopies by birds. Over decades, they send roots down toward the ground while their branches spread outward. A mature strangler fig can have a crown that spans 150 feet across. Standing beneath one feels like entering a natural cathedral with dozens of pillars supporting a living roof. The original host tree eventually dies and decomposes, leaving the fig as a hollow cylinder of intertwined roots and branches. Driver ants create temporary bridges with their own bodies when the colony encounters gaps or obstacles. These living bridges can span distances of 3 feet. Individual worker ants lock their legs together, allowing millions of their sisters to walk across their backs. The bridge adjusts its shape and position as conditions change, demonstrating engineering that human architects still struggle to match. Goliath beetles lumber through the understory carrying weights equivalent to a human lifting a small car. These armored insects measure up to 4 inches long and weigh as much as a small mouse. Their larvae grow even larger underground, some reaching the size of a human fist before metamorphosis. The clicking sound of their hard wing cover's opening can be heard from 20 feet away. Bongo antelopes stand 3 feet tall at the shoulder, their spiral horns adding another foot to their height. Their reddish-brown coats display white stripes that help them disappear into the dappled forest light. Despite weighing 500 pounds, they move through dense vegetation with barely a sound. Their large ears can rotate independently, each one the size of a dinner plate. The forest scale extends deep underground as well. Root systems of the largest trees spread outward for 100 feet in all directions. These underground networks interweave with fungal threads thinner than spider silk, but stronger than steel. steel cable, a single handful of forest soil contains more individual organisms than there are people on Earth. Bacteria, fungi, microscopic animals, and plant roots create a hidden universe of activity beneath every footstep. This incredible range of scale creates countless opportunities for life to find its perfect niche, from butterflies larger than birds to bacteria smaller than dust particles. The Congo rainforest accommodates life at every possible size, each organism playing its essential role in the forest's ancient and ongoing story. When darkness settles over the Congo rainforest, the surface transforms into something entirely different from the daylight world. The canopy that seemed so solid and green during the day becomes a living ceiling of whispers and calls. Night brings out voices that remain hidden when the sun shines through the leaves. The forest floor grows cool and damp as temperatures drop 15 degrees from their daytime highs. Moisture rises from the earth in gentle wisps, creating a soft haze that drifts between the massive tree trunks. This evening mist carries the scent of rich soil, decomposing leaves, and the sweet fragrance of night-blooming flowers. The air itself feels thick and alive, heavy with humidity that hovers near 95% even after sunset. Tree frogs begin their evening chorus just as the last light fades from the sky. Their calls create layers of sound that seem to come from everywhere at once. The tiny reed frogs produce high-pitched trills that sound like miniature bells ringing in the darkness. Larger species add deeper notes, their throats swelling like small balloons as they call to potential mates. Some frog calls can be heard from half a mile away, their voices carrying through the still night air with remarkable clarity. Night-flying insects emerge in countless numbers as darkness deepens. Moths with wingspans larger than a human hand flutter through the understory, their wings creating soft whooshing sounds as they navigate between branches. Beetles click and buzz as they search for food, their hard shells tapping against leaves and bark. Mosquitoes add their high-pitched whine to the symphony, while cicadas produce their rhythmic chirping from hidden perches high in the trees. The surface of streams and rivers becomes mirror smooth in the absence of wind. Water moves silently through the forest, reflecting the occasional shaft of moonlight that penetrates the canopy. Fish rise to feed on insects that fall onto the water's surface, creating gentle ripples that spread outward in perfect circles. The sound of water lapping against muddy banks provides a constant, soothing backdrop to the other night sounds. Nocturnal mammals add their voices to the evening concert. Bush babies produce haunting cries that sound almost human, their calls echoing through the forest like ghostly conversations. These small primates have eyes the size of ping-pong balls, perfectly adapted for gathering the faintest traces of available light. Fruit bats create a steady rustling overhead as they move through the canopy, their leathery wings brushing against leaves and branches. The night air carries sounds much farther than during the day. Without the interference of warming air currents and thermal updrafts, voices travel in straight lines through the forest. A leopard's cough can be heard from 2 miles away. The deep rumbling call of a forest elephant carries even farther, reaching other elephants across distances of 5 miles or more. Bioluminescent fungi begin to glow softly on rotting logs and fallen branches. These natural lights appear as tiny green and blue dots scattered across the forest floor like fallen stars. The glow comes from chemical reactions within the fungi, a process that continues throughout the night. Some mushrooms shine brightly enough to read by, their pale light creating small pools of illumination in the darkness. Night-blooming flowers open their petals as temperatures cool. These blossoms often appear pure white or pale yellow, colors that show up clearly in moonlight and starlight. Their fragrances become more intense after dark, attracting night-flying pollinators from great distances. The scent of these flowers can be detected by human noses from 100 yards away. Owls call from hidden perches, their voices ranging from soft hoots to sharp screeches. Each species has its own distinct call, and experienced listeners can identify individual birds by the subtle variations in their voices. The calls serve as territorial markers, with each owl announcing its presence to neighbors and potential rivals. The forest's breathing becomes audible at night. Millions of leaves release oxygen and absorb carbon dioxide in a process that creates subtle air movements throughout the canopy. This gentle circulation carries scents, sounds, and moisture from one part of the forest to another. The entire forest seems to pulse with quiet life, each breath part of a rhythm that has continued for millions of years. As the night deepens, the symphony of voices creates a wall of sound that seems both chaotic and perfectly organized. Each call, each rustle, each splash contributes to a composition that changes constantly, yet maintains its essential character. The surface of the Congo rainforest at night becomes a concert hall where every performer knows their part in an ancient musical score written by evolution itself. Deep beneath this concert of night sounds, the forest floor holds secrets that have drawn healers and scientists for centuries. The bark of the Prunus africana tree contains compounds that help treat prostate problems, a discovery that has made this species one of Africa's most valuable medicinal plants. Local healers have known about these properties for generations, carefully harvesting strips of bark without killing the tree. The compounds work by reducing inflammation and improving urinary function, effects that modern medicine has confirmed through careful study. The roots of the Rauwolfia vomitoria plant burrow deep into the forest soil, concentrating alkaloids that can lower blood pressure and calm anxiety. These same roots provided the foundation for some of the first psychiatric medications used in Western medicine. The plant produces these chemicals as protection against insects and fungi. But humans discovered that small amounts could soothe racing hearts and troubled minds. Traditional healers prepare the roots by grinding them into powder and mixing them with palm wine or water. Hidden among the understory shrubs grows Vocanga africana. Its seeds containing compounds that researchers believe might help fight cancer. The plant produces white flowers that bloom in small clusters, followed by orange fruits that split open to reveal the precious seeds inside. Each seed contains ibogaine and related alkaloids that affect the nervous system in complex ways. Scientists study these compounds plants carefully, hoping to unlock new treatments for addiction and neurological disorders. The Strophanthus gratis vine climbs high into the canopy, its heart-shaped leaves concealing one of nature's most potent cardiac medicines. The seeds contain wabane, a compound so powerful that African hunters have used it to tip their arrows for thousands of years. In tiny doses, this same substance helps failing hearts beat more strongly and regularly. The vine produces striking flowers with twisted petals that spiral like pinwheels, each bloom eventually developing into long pods filled with feathery seeds. Catharanthus roseus, known locally as the Madagascar periwinkle, has naturalized throughout the Congo basin after arriving from its island home. This humble plant, with its simple pink or white flowers, produces vincristine and vinblastine, two compounds that have revolutionized the treatment of childhood leukemia and Hodgkin's disease. The plant synthesizes these alkaloids in its leaves as protection against herbivores, never knowing that these same chemicals would one day save human lives. The cinchona tree, though not native to the Congo, thrives in the region's highland areas where it has been cultivated for its bark. This bark contains quinine, the compound that made it possible for Europeans to survive in malaria-infested tropical regions. The tree produces clusters of small, fragrant flowers that attract butterflies and moths. Local communities harvest the bark sustainably, stripping only the outer layers and allowing the tree to regenerate its protective coating. Deep in the forest grows Ancestrochladus coropensis, a vine so rare that scientists discovered it only recently. This climbing plant produces compounds that show promise against HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. The vine's leaves contain mechelamine B, a complex molecule that interferes with the virus's ability to reproduce. Researchers work carefully with local communities to study this plant without destroying the few known populations. The Garcinia cola tree, sacred to many forest peoples, produces seeds that serve as both medicine and ceremonial offering. These bitter seeds contain compounds that fight bacteria and viruses, while also acting as natural stimulants. Chewing the seeds helps combat fatigue and hunger during long forest journeys. The tree itself can live for hundreds of years, its trunk growing massive and its canopy spreading wide to create natural gathering places for forest communities. Beneath the soil, fungal networks connect these medicinal plants in ways that scientists are just beginning to understand. The fungi help transport nutrients between different species while also concentrating and sometimes modifying the active compounds in plant roots. This underground web of connections means that the medicinal properties of forest plants depend not just on the individual species, but on the entire community of organisms living around them. The forest floor's decomposing leaves create the perfect environment for these chemical factories to operate. As organic matter breaks down, it releases nutrients that plants absorb and transform into complex molecules. The warm, humid conditions speed up these chemical processes, while the forest's biodiversity ensures that each plant faces unique challenges that drive the evolution of new defensive compounds. Each medicinal plant represents millions of years of chemical experimentation, with natural selection fine-tuning molecular structures until they achieve maximum effectiveness. The Congo rainforest serves as a vast pharmacy where every species contributes to an intricate network of chemical communication and defense. These ancient medicines continue to offer hope for treating modern diseases, their secrets slowly revealed through the patient work of scientists and the wisdom of traditional healers. The forest's most powerful architects walk on 4 massive feet, their footsteps echoing through the green cathedral like distant thunder. Forest elephants move through the Congo rainforest in ancient patterns, following paths their ancestors carved thousands of years ago. These gentle giants weigh up to 4 tons, yet they navigate the dense undergrowth with surprising grace. Their smaller ears and straighter tusks distinguish them from their savanna cousins, adaptations that help them move through thick vegetation. Every step an elephant takes reshapes the forest around them. Their enormous feet compress the soil, creating depressions that collect rainwater during the wet season. These temporary pools become breeding grounds for frogs and insects, while also providing drinking water vegetation, opening corridors that other animals use for generations. Birds follow elephant herds, feeding on insects disturbed by their passage. The elephant's appetite drives one of the forest's most important cycles. A single adult elephant consumes up to 300 pounds of plant material each day, selecting from over 100 different species of fruits, leaves, and bark. They strip bark from trees with their tusks, creating wounds that attract insects and provide nesting sites for birds. The elephant's feeding habits prevent any single plant species from dominating the forest, maintaining the incredible diversity that makes the Congo rainforest so resilient. Seeds travel vast distances in elephant stomachs, beginning journeys that can span dozens of miles. The elephant's digestive system processes seeds slowly, taking up to 48 hours to complete the journey from mouth to forest floor. This extended travel time allows seeds to reach new areas far from their parent trees. Many large-seeded forest trees depend entirely on elephants for dispersal. Their fruits too heavy for birds or monkeys to carry far. The elephant's dung provides perfect fertilizer for these seeds, giving them nutrients and protection as they germinate. Elephant paths create highways through the forest that last for centuries. These trails connect water sources, feeding areas, and seasonal migration routes in a network that spans thousands of square miles. The paths follow the gentlest slopes and avoid the deepest swamps, representing generations of accumulated wisdom about the safest routes through challenging terrain. Other animals adopt these highways, from forest buffalo to small antelope, all benefiting from the elephant's engineering. The timing of elephant movements follows the forest's seasonal rhythms. During the dry season, herds concentrate near permanent water sources, their presence creating clearings that become gathering places for many species. When rains return, the elephants spread out across the forest, following the ripening of different fruits. This seasonal dispersal carries seeds to new areas just as conditions become favorable for germination. The elephant's migration patterns ensure genetic diversity among plant populations by preventing inbreeding in isolated tree groves. elephant families pass knowledge through generations in ways that shape the entire forest ecosystem. Older matriarchs remember the locations of rare mineral licks, seasonal fruit trees, and safe river crossings. They guide their families along traditional routes that avoid human settlements and dangerous areas. This inherited wisdom creates predictable patterns that other animals rely upon. Forest communities have learned to anticipate elephant movements, timing their own activities around the giant's schedules. The elephant's social structure influences how they modify their environment. Family groups of related females and their young move together, creating moderate disturbance that encourages plant diversity. Adult males travel alone or in small bachelor groups, their solitary wanderings carrying seeds to remote areas where family groups rarely venture. During mating season, these patterns change as males seek out female groups, temporarily altering traditional movement routes and seed dispersal patterns. Climate cycles affect elephant behavior in ways that ripple through the entire forest. During El Niño years, when rainfall decreases, elephants concentrate their feeding in smaller areas, creating more intense disturbance that opens larger clearings. These openings allow sunlight to reach the forest floor, triggering the growth of pioneer species that provide food for many animals. When normal rainfall returns, the forest gradually reclaims these clearings. But the temporary openings create a mosaic of different aged vegetation that increases overall biodiversity. The elephant's presence creates feedback loops that maintain forest health across decades. Their feeding prevents the forest from becoming too dense, while their seed dispersal ensures continuous regeneration. Areas where elephants have been absent for years show decreased tree diversity and altered forest structure. The giant's return to these areas begins a slow process of restoration that can take decades to complete. Each elephant family represents a living library of ecological knowledge. Their movements, writing stories across the landscape that connect past and future in an endless cycle of growth and renewal. High above the forest floor, where the elephants carve their ancient paths, a other world exists entirely. The canopy layer stretches like a green ocean, its surface broken by the crowns of emergent trees that rise 200 feet into the African sky. Here, in this aerial, creatures spend their entire lives without ever touching the ground below. The three-toed sloth moves so slowly through these heights that algae grows on its fur, providing perfect camouflage among the moss-covered branches. Its deliberate pace conserves energy in a world where every calorie counts. Troops of red colobus monkeys leap between branches with remarkable precision, their long tails acting as rudders to guide their flight through the green maze. These primates have developed specialized stomachs with multiple chambers, much like cows, allowing them to digest the tough leaves that make up most of their diet. Their digestive process takes so long that leaves eaten in the morning may not be fully processed until the following day. The monkeys feeding creates a constant rain of partially chewed vegetation that feeds countless insects and smaller creatures below. Chimpanzees navigate this vertical world with intelligence that continues to amaze researchers. They fashion tools from twigs and leaves, stripping away bark to create fishing rods for extracting termites from their mounds. Different chimpanzee communities have developed distinct tool-making traditions, passed down through generations like cultural knowledge. Some groups use stones to crack nuts, while others have learned to fold leaves into sponges for collecting water from tree hollows. These behaviors vary between regions, creating what scientists call chimpanzee cultures. The canopy highways connect distant parts of the forest through an intricate network of interlocking branches. Hornbills, with their massive cask-topped beaks, serve as the forest's long-distance messengers. These birds can fly for miles above the trees, carrying seeds in their stomachs from one forest patch to another. Their distinctive calls echo across the canopy, allowing mated pairs to stay in contact even when separated by dense vegetation. During breeding season, female hornbills seal themselves inside tree cavities, relying entirely on their mates to bring food through a small opening. Fruit bats emerge at dusk in massive clouds that darken the evening sky. A single colony can contain over 1 million individuals, their combined weight equivalent to several elephants. These flying mammals travel up to 50 miles each night in search of ripe fruit. Their keen sense of smell guiding them to trees ready for harvest. As they feed, pollen clings to their fur, and they inadvertently pollinate flowers across vast distances. Many of the forest's largest trees depend entirely on bats for reproduction. Their flowers opening only at night to attract these nocturnal visitors. The migration patterns above the trees follow ancient rhythms tied to fruiting seasons and rainfall cycles. Fig trees scattered throughout the forest fruit at different times, creating a calendar that guides animal movements across the canopy. When one area's figs ripen, creatures converge from miles around, turning single trees into bustling communities. Monkeys, birds, and bats share these temporary feast sites, each species taking advantage of the abundance in its own way. Army ants conduct their own aerial migrations, forming living bridges with their bodies to span gaps between trees. Worker ants lock their legs together, creating temporary highways that allow the colony to move its larvae and food stores to new hunting grounds. These bridges can stretch several feet and support thousands of ants crossing simultaneously. The colony's movement through the canopy triggers panic among insects, which flee in waves, providing easy meals for birds that follow the ant armies like feathered wolves. Seasonal changes drive massive movements through this three-dimensional world. During the dry season, animals concentrate around the few trees still producing fruit, creating temporary communities in the canopy. When the rains return, these gatherings disperse as food becomes abundant throughout the forest. The timing of these movements has remained constant for thousands of years, synchronized with the forest's natural rhythms. Birds of prey patrol the canopy's edge, using the height advantage to spot movement in the forest below. Crowned eagles specialize in hunting primates, their powerful talons capable of carrying off monkeys weighing several pounds. Their presence shapes the behavior of every canopy dweller, forcing constant vigilance among creatures that might otherwise move freely through the trees. The canopy's residents create their own weather patterns. Their breathing and transpiration adding moisture to the air that rises and forms clouds above the forest. This aerial community generates much of the rainfall that sustains the entire ecosystem below, creating a cycle where the forest literally makes its own weather. The movements and migrations of canopy creatures help distribute this moisture across the landscape, connecting the high branches to the forest floor through invisible threads of water vapor and shared breath. Hidden among the gentle giants and towering trees, the Congo rainforest harbors some of nature's most extreme hunters. These predators don't chase their prey across the forest floor or swoop down from above. They wait, they lure, they trap. Carnivorous plants have turned the basic rules of survival upside down in this green paradise, becoming the hunters instead of the hunted. The largest carnivorous plant in Africa grows quietly in the Congo's understory. Nepenthes species, commonly called pitcher plants, dangle their deadly traps from vines that climb toward the canopy. These living pitfall traps can grow larger than a human hand, their smooth walls lined with a waxy coating that makes escape impossible. The largest specimens hold more than a quart of digestive fluid, enough to dissolve a small bird or rodent completely. Insects drawn to the sweet nectar around the rim slip and fall into this liquid tomb, where powerful enzymes break down their bodies over several days. Some pitcher plants in the Congo have evolved partnerships that seem impossible. Certain species have developed relationships with ants that live inside the hollow tendrils of the plant. The ants receive shelter and food from the plant, while they attack any creatures that might damage their living home. This cooperation between predator and protector creates one of nature's strangest alliances. The ants even help clean the pitcher traps, removing debris that might clog the deadly mechanisms. Bladderworts represent the Congo's most explosive carnivorous plants. These aquatic hunters create vacuum chambers smaller than a pinhead, each one a microscopic death trap. When tiny water creatures brush against trigger hairs, the trap door opens in less than a millisecond. Water rushes in with such force that prey gets sucked inside before they can react. This happens faster than the blink of an eye, making bladderworts among the quickest predators on Earth. A single plant can contain thousands of these tiny traps, turning quiet forest pools into underwater minefields. The Congo sundews create some of the most beautiful death traps in nature. Their leaves sparkle with what looks like morning dew, but these droplets are actually sticky glue that never dries. Insects attracted to the glittering display become hopelessly stuck the moment they land. The more they struggle, the more trapped they become. Some sundew species can actually move, slowly curling their leaves around captured prey, like gentle fingers closing around a secret. This movement takes hours, but it ensures that nothing escapes once caught. Venus flytraps may be famous worldwide, but the Congo's carnivorous plants have developed even more sophisticated hunting methods. Cobra plants create elaborate tunnel systems that confuse and disorient their victims. Flying insects enter through the wide mouth, attracted by sweet scents and bright colors. Once inside, downward pointing hairs prevent them from flying back out the way they came. The confused insects eventually fall into pools of digestive fluid at the bottom of the trap, where they dissolve slowly over many days. Some of the Congo's most extreme carnivorous plants hunt underground. Genlycia species send out twisted, corkscrew-shaped traps beneath the soil surface. These spiral chambers work like lobster traps, allowing tiny soil creatures to enter, but making escape impossible. The underground hunters can capture prey that surface plants never encounter, including microscopic animals that live their entire lives in the spaces between soil particles. This hidden hunting happens constantly beneath every footstep in the forest. The largest carnivorous plant communities in the Congo create killing fields that span entire clearings. Where poor soils lack nutrients, dozens of different carnivorous species grow together in deadly gardens. Pitcher plants hang from every available support, while sundews carpet the ground below. Bladderworts fill temporary pools, and underground traps honeycomb the soil. These areas become no-fly zones for insects, where survival requires constant vigilance and perfect navigation. Temperature extremes in the Congo push some carnivorous plants to their limits. During the hottest days, pitcher plant traps can reach temperatures above 100 degrees Fahrenheit. This heat speeds up digestion dramatically, allowing plants to process prey in just hours instead of days. The digestive enzymes work so efficiently at these temperatures that even bones and shells dissolve completely. Some plants actually regulate their internal temperature by controlling how much water they hold, creating their own climate control systems. The rarest carnivorous plants in the Congo grow only in the most extreme conditions. Some species survive only on rocky outcrops where almost nothing else can live. Others thrive in areas that flood and dry repeatedly, adapting to dramatic changes that would kill most plants. These extreme specialists have evolved hunting methods found nowhere else on Earth, turning the harshest environments into their private hunting grounds. Their survival depends on being the only predators tough enough to endure conditions that defeat all other life forms. Morning fog rises from the Congo River like smoke from a sleeping giant. The mist forms when cool night air meets the warm water surface, creating clouds that drift between the trees. These fog banks can stretch for miles, turning the forest into a dreamscape where sound travels differently and light becomes soft and golden. The moisture carries the scent of wet earth and growing things, a perfume that changes with each season. Scientists measure humidity levels in the Congo that often reach 95%, making the air feel thick enough to drink. The fog moves through the forest in predictable patterns, following river valleys and low-lying areas where cool air settles. Morning mist typically begins forming around 4 in the morning, when temperatures drop to their lowest point. The fog grows thicker as dawn approaches, sometimes becoming so dense that visibility drops to just a few feet. Birds navigate through this white world using calls and memory, while mammals rely on scent trails that remain strong in the humid air. The mist usually lifts by mid-morning as the sun heats the forest floor, but some valleys stay shrouded until afternoon. Water droplets in Congo fog are remarkably pure, containing fewer pollutants than rain in most parts of the world. Plants have evolved special leaf shapes to collect this moisture, with some species gathering up to 20% of their water needs from fog alone. Tiny hairs on leaf surfaces trap droplets, which then roll down grooves toward the stem and roots. Epiphytes growing high in the canopy depend almost entirely on fog water during dry seasons. These air plants have developed waxy surfaces that channel every precious drop toward their roots. The forest creates its own fog through a process scientists call transpiration. Trees release water vapor through their leaves, adding moisture to the air that later condenses into mist. A single large tree can release over 100 gallons of water into the atmosphere each day. This water vapor rises through the canopy, cools, and falls back down as fog, creating a natural recycling system. The Congo rainforest generates so much moisture that it influences weather patterns hundreds of miles away. Fog in the Congo carries more than just water. Microscopic particles of pollen, spores, and organic matter travel within the mist, spreading life throughout the forest. Some fungi release spores specifically during foggy conditions, knowing the moisture will help them travel farther. Bacteria and other microorganisms use fog as a highway, moving between trees and establishing new colonies. The mist becomes a living soup of genetic material, constantly mixing and redistributing the building blocks of forest life. Temperature differences create fog layers at various heights in the forest. Ground fog forms near the forest floor, while higher mist develops in the canopy. These layers often move independently, creating a three-dimensional maze of moisture. Animals learn to navigate these fog highways, using them for cover while hunting or traveling. Some species time their daily activities around fog patterns, emerging to feed when visibility is low, and predators cannot see them clearly. The sound of fog itself tells a story to those who know how to listen. Water droplets hitting leaves create a gentle pattering that changes pitch depending on leaf size and shape. The mist muffles some sounds while amplifying others, creating acoustic conditions that exist nowhere else. Researchers record these fog sounds to study how moisture affects forest communication. Bird calls travel differently through fog, forcing species to adjust their song narration in the Congo follows ancient rhythms tied to seasonal changes and lunar cycles. During the wettest months, morning fog can persist for hours, creating temporary lakes of mist in valley bottoms. The dry season brings thinner fog that burns off quickly. But even then, some moisture always rises from the rivers. Local people have learned to read fog patterns like weather forecasts, predicting rain and temperature changes days in advance. Their traditional knowledge recognizes dozens of different fog types, each with its own name and meaning. The chemistry of Congo fog changes throughout the day as different compounds dissolve into the water droplets. Essential oils from flowers and leaves concentrate in the mist, creating natural aromatherapy that drifts through the forest. These chemical messages help plants communicate stress, reproduction cycles, and threats to disease. The fog becomes a messenger service, carrying information between trees that may be miles apart. Scientists study these chemical signals to understand how forests coordinate their responses to environmental changes. Rivers of mist flow through the Congo like invisible waterways, following paths carved by air currents and temperature gradients. These moisture streams connect distant parts of the forest, carrying seeds, spores, and genetic material across vast distances. The fog creates temporary bridges between isolated plant communities, allowing species to spread and evolve. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the mist is thickest and the forest holds its breath, these invisible rivers write stories of connection across the green heart of Africa. European explorers first heard whispers of a strange animal in the Congo forests during the late 1800s. Local pygmy tribes spoke of a creature they called the Okapi, describing it as part zebra, part giraffe, part antelope. Colonial administrators dismissed these stories as folklore. The dense canopy made observation nearly impossible, and the Okapi's shy nature kept it hidden from outsider eyes for decades. Sir Harry Johnston, a British explorer and naturalist, became obsessed with finding this mysterious beast. He collected fragments of evidence throughout the 1890s. A piece of striped skin here, a hoofprint there, stories from indigenous hunters others who knew the forest's secrets. Johnston's colleagues in London thought he was chasing shadows. The scientific community had already catalogued Africa's large mammals. They believed no new species could possibly remain undiscovered. In 1901, Johnston finally obtained a complete Okapi skin and 2 skulls from Congolese hunters. He shipped these specimens to the Natural History Museum in London, where zoologists examined them with growing amazement. The animal possessed the long neck and tongue of a giraffe, but stood only 6 feet tall. Its body displayed chocolate brown fur with striking white stripes on the legs and rump. The males carried short, skin-covered horns called ossicones, just like their towering giraffe cousins. Scientists realized they were looking at a living fossil. The Okapi represented an ancient branch of the giraffe family tree, one that had survived unchanged for millions of years, while its relatives evolved into the world's tallest mammals. DNA analysis would later confirm that okapis and giraffes shared a common ancestor about 16 million years ago. The Congo forests had preserved this evolutionary time capsule, protecting it from the climate changes that shaped other African landscapes. The Okapi's discovery revolutionized understanding of African biodiversity. If such a large mammal could remain hidden from science, what other species might lurk in the Congo's green depths? The find sparked a new wave of biological exploration. Researchers began working more closely with indigenous communities, recognizing that local knowledge often preceded scientific discovery by centuries. Pygmy hunters had been tracking okapis for generations, understanding their behavior, diet, and habitat needs long before Europeans arrived. Modern tracking techniques revealed the Okapi's remarkable adaptations to forest life. Their oversized ears can rotate independently, detecting the slightest sounds through dense vegetation. Their 18-inch tongues strip leaves from branches with surgical precision, allowing them to browse on over 100 different plant species. The tongue is so long that okapis can clean their own eyes and ears with it, a trait shared only with giraffes among large mammals. Camera traps installed throughout the Congo basin in recent decades have captured intimate glimpses of Okapi behavior. These shy creatures are most active during dawn and dusk, moving through the forest like ghosts. They communicate through infrasonic calls, sound waves too low for human ears to detect. These deep rumbles travel long distances through the dense forest, allowing okapis to locate mates and warn of danger across miles of jungle. The okapi's stripes serve as natural camouflage in the dappled forest light. The white markings break up their body outline, making them nearly invisible among the shadows and sunbeams of the understory. Young calves follow their mothers by focusing on these bright leg stripes, which act like natural runway lights through the dim forest paths. The pattern is unique to each individual, like fingerprints, allowing researchers to identify specific animals from photographs. Okapi mothers give birth to single calves after a 15-month pregnancy, one of the longest gestation periods of any African mammal. The newborns remain hidden in dense thickets for their first 2 months, visited only briefly by their mothers for nursing. This strategy protects the vulnerable young from leopards, the okapi's primary predator. The calves grow slowly, not reaching full size until they are 4 or 5 years old. Scientists estimate that fewer than 25,000 okapis survive in the wild today. Their range has shrunk dramatically as human populations expand into the Congo forests. Mining operations, logging, and agricultural clearing fragment the continuous forest habitat that okapis require. The animals cannot cross open areas, making them vulnerable to habitat isolation. Conservation efforts now focus on protecting large blocks of connected forest, ensuring that these living fossils have room to roam and breed. The Okapi's story reminds us how much remains unknown about our planet's biodiversity. Even today, new species emerge from the Congo forests regularly, though most are insects, plants, or small vertebrates rather than large mammals. Each discovery adds another piece to the puzzle of how life adapts and survives in Earth's most complex ecosystems. The forests keep their secrets well, revealing them only to those patient enough to listen and look with careful eyes. rainforest canopy. Millions of tiny architects work around the clock on construction projects that dwarf human achievements. Termites in the Congo rainforest build towers that stretch 20 feet into the air, some reaching heights that would equal a 6-story building if scaled to human proportions. These mud cathedrals rise from the forest floor like ancient monuments, their surfaces sculpted with intricate ventilation systems that would impress any engineer. The macroderms termites that construct these towers weigh less than a grain of rice. Yet they move soil particles many times their own body weight. A single colony can contain over 1 million individuals, all working together without blueprints or supervisors. They mix soil with their saliva to create a cement-like material that hardens into walls stronger than concrete. The finished structures can support the weight of a full-grown elephant standing on top. Inside each tower lies a marvel of climate control that puts modern buildings to shame. The termites design their homes with a sophisticated air conditioning system that maintains constant temperature and humidity year-round. Warm air rises through central chimneys, while cool air flows down through outer passages, creating a circulation pattern that keeps the interior at exactly 87 degrees Fahrenheit. This temperature control system works so efficiently that the variation inside never exceeds 2 degrees. Even when outside temperatures swing from 50 to 100 degrees, the towers serve as nurseries for the termites' most precious resource, fungus gardens. These insects discovered agriculture millions of years before humans existed, cultivating special mushrooms that break down dead plant material into digestible food. The fungus requires precise conditions to thrive, which explains the termites' obsession with climate control. Workers constantly tend these underground farms, harvesting mushrooms and replanting spores in carefully prepared beds of chewed wood pulp. Each termite colony operates like a superorganism, with specialized castes performing different jobs. Soldier termites guard the entrances with massive heads and powerful jaws that can slice through wood. Worker termites maintain the structure, tend the gardens, and care for the young. The queen, hidden deep in the royal chamber, can live for decades while laying up to 30,000 1,000 eggs per day. Her body swells to the size of a small sausage, making her too large to move through the tunnels she once traveled as a young reproductive. The construction process never stops. Termites work in shifts around the clock, adding new rooms, repairing damage, and extending tunnels deeper into the earth. Some colonies excavate chambers more than 100 feet below ground, reaching depths where the soil temperature remains stable year-round. These basement levels serve as emergency shelters during the dry season when surface conditions become too harsh for the sensitive fungus crops. Rain poses a constant threat to these earthen skyscrapers. The termites respond by building elaborate drainage systems with gutters, spillways, and collection chambers that channel water away from vital areas. They coat critical surfaces with a waterproof secretion that repels moisture while allowing air to pass through. During heavy storms, workers rush to repair any cracks or leaks that might compromise the structure's integrity. The towers create their own ecosystems within the larger forest community. Lizards hunt insects along the warm outer walls. Birds nest in the crevices and abandoned sections. Small mammals use the towers as landmarks for navigation through the dense understory. When a colony finally abandons its tower after decades of occupation, the structure becomes an apartment complex for dozens of other species. Scientists studying these termite cities have discovered construction techniques that inspire human architects. The insects' ventilation systems have influenced designs for energy-efficient buildings in hot climates. Their use of local materials and passive cooling strategies offers lessons for sustainable construction. Some researchers believe that termite mounds could serve as models for buildings on other planets where traditional heating and cooling systems might not work. The chemical communication system that coordinates this massive construction effort operates through scent trails more complex than any human language. Different pheromones signal different types of work needed, from basic maintenance to emergency repairs. Workers can detect these chemical messages at concentrations so low that human instruments struggle to measure them. The entire colony responds to these invisible signals like a single mind controlling millions of bodies. These towering achievements remind us that intelligence takes many forms in nature's grand design. The Termite Cities represent one of Earth's most successful architectural traditions, with some mounds remaining occupied for over a century. Their patient, collective effort transforms simple soil into structures that shelter entire civilizations, proving that the smallest creatures often accomplish the most remarkable feats. Deep within the Congo's green cathedral, seeds embark on journeys that span hundreds of miles. Forest elephants serve as unwitting gardeners, carrying the future of entire tree species in their stomachs. When these gentle giants feast on fruits, the seeds pass through their digestive systems unharmed, protected by tough outer shells that evolution designed to survive the journey. Hours or days later, the elephants deposit these seeds in new locations, wrapped in natural fertilizer that gives each seed the perfect start in life. The elephant's daily wandering creates invisible highways through the forest. Scientists tracking these massive creatures have discovered that a single elephant can disperse seeds across an area larger than Manhattan in just 1 week. The animal's memory guides it along ancient paths that connect distant groves, linking isolated populations of trees that might otherwise never reproduce. This living transportation system has operated for millions of years, weaving the forest into a connected whole where genetic diversity flows like an underground river. Gorillas play a different but equally vital role in this seed dispersal network. These powerful primates prefer fruits that ripen high in the canopy, climbing to heights that would challenge human rock climbers. Their strong hands can reach fruits that smaller animals cannot access, and their large bodies allow them to carry seeds over considerable distances. Mountain gorillas have been observed traveling up to 6 miles in a single day while foraging, creating seed corridors that connect mountain slopes to valley floors. The timing of this natural partnership reveals nature's precise choreography. Many Congo trees synchronize their fruiting seasons with the migration patterns of their animal partners. Figs ripen just as certain bird species begin their seasonal movements, ensuring maximum seed dispersal across the widest possible area. The trees invest enormous energy in producing sweet, nutritious fruits that serve as payment for transportation services. Some fruits contain more sugar than candy, making them irresistible to the animals that will carry their seeds to new homes. Birds create the forest's express delivery system for smaller seeds. Hornbills, with their distinctive curved beaks and powerful flight, can transport seeds across vast distances in a single day. These birds often swallow fruits whole, allowing the seeds to pass through their digestive systems during long flights between feeding areas. A single hornbill might visit dozens of fruiting trees in different parts of the forest, creating genetic connections between plant populations that could be separated by rivers, mountains, or other barriers. The forest's seed dispersal network operates on multiple levels simultaneously. While elephants and gorillas handle the heavy lifting for large seeds, smaller mammals like duikers and forest antelopes specialize in medium-sized fruits. These graceful creatures browse through the understory, selecting ripe fruits with the precision of experienced gardeners. Their smaller size allows them to navigate dense vegetation that larger animals cannot penetrate, carrying seeds into hidden corners of the forest where competition for space and light is less intense. Even the forest's predators contribute to this living transportation system. Leopards and other carnivores occasionally consume fruits, especially during seasons when their usual prey becomes scarce. These opportunistic feeding habits create unexpected seed dispersal routes, sometimes carrying plant genetics across territorial boundaries that herbivores rarely cross. The seeds that survive this unusual journey often establish new populations in areas where they face different environmental pressures, driving evolutionary adaptation. Water adds another dimension to the Congo's seed dispersal network. Rivers carry fallen fruits downstream, where they may wash ashore miles from their parent trees. Some seeds can survive weeks floating in water, their waxy coatings protecting them from decay, while they drift toward new growing sites. Seasonal floods expand this aquatic transportation system, carrying seeds into temporary wetlands that will become dry land as water levels recede. The forest's flying mammals extend the seed dispersal network into the night sky. Fruit bats navigate through darkness using echolocation, visiting flowers and fruits that bloom after sunset. These nocturnal gardeners can travel enormous distances in a single night, their powerful wings carrying them across rivers and clearings that ground-dwelling animals cannot cross. Some bat species migrate seasonally, creating seed corridors that span entire countries. This intricate web of relationships transforms the Congo rainforest into a single, interconnected organism. Each animal that eats a fruit becomes part of a transportation network that has been operating since before humans walked the earth. The forest's genetic diversity depends entirely on these mobile partnerships, with some tree species unable to reproduce without their specific animal partners. Seeds that travel on 4 legs, wings, and fins weave the forest together, ensuring that life continues to flow through Africa's green heart like blood through living veins. The Congo rainforest speaks in languages older than human civilization. For thousands of years, the Mbuti people have listened to the forest's whispers, learning to read messages written in bent branches and scattered leaves. These forest dwellers developed a communication system that mimics the natural sounds around them. Their hunting calls imitate bird songs so perfectly that even experienced ornithologists struggle to tell the difference. The forest taught them that survival depends on becoming part of its voice rather than fighting against it. Traditional drum languages echo through the canopy with messages that travel faster than any messenger could run. The talking drums of the Congo use different pitches and rhythms to represent the tonal patterns of local languages. A skilled drummer can send complex messages across dozens of miles, with relay stations passing information from village to village. The dense forest canopy that blocks radio signals becomes an ally for these acoustic communications. Sound waves bounce off leaves and tree trunks, creating natural amplification that carries drum messages through the green corridors. forest itself has been changing its language for millions of years. Climate shifts over geological time have rewritten the Congo's vocabulary of species. During ice ages, the rainforest shrank into isolated pockets called refugia. These forest islands became laboratories of evolution, where separated populations developed new characteristics. When warmer periods returned, the forest expanded again, and these evolved species spread back across the landscape. This cycle of contraction and expansion created the incredible biodiversity we see today. Tree rings in the Congo tell stories of droughts and floods that happened centuries before any human recorded them. Scientists can read these wooden chronicles to understand how the forest responded to past climate changes. Some ancient trees show growth patterns that reveal volcanic eruptions on distant continents. Ash from massive eruptions can circle the globe, creating cooler temperatures that slow tree growth for several years. The forest remembers these global events in its cellular structure, creating a living library of Earth's climate history. Modern changes happen much faster than the forest's natural rhythms. Satellite images reveal how human activities are creating new patterns across the landscape. Roads cut straight lines through areas where only winding animal paths existed before. These linear scars change how water flows across the land, creating new erosion patterns and altering the forest's hydrology. The ancient network of elephant paths that once connected distant forest regions now faces interruption from human development. Technology is teaching us to hear the forest's voice in new ways. Scientists use acoustic monitoring devices to record the forest's soundscape 24 hours a day. These electronic ears can detect changes in animal populations by analyzing the frequency and timing of calls. When certain bird species disappear from an area, their absence creates gaps in the forest's daily symphony. Researchers can identify these silent spaces and investigate what might be causing local extinctions. The forest's chemical communication system continues to evolve in response to new threats. Trees under attack from insects release airborne compounds that warn neighboring trees to increase their defense messages floating on forest breezes. Some trees can even distinguish between different types of threats, sending specific warning signals for leaf-eating caterpillars versus bark-boring beetles. The forest's chemical vocabulary grows more complex as new pest species arrive from other continents. Indigenous knowledge holders are working with scientists to document traditional ecological wisdom before it disappears. Many forest communities possess detailed understanding of plant properties that took generations to develop. They know which trees bloom before seasonal rains arrive, and which animal behaviors predict weather changes. This knowledge represents thousands of years of careful observation, encoded in oral traditions that modern science is only beginning to appreciate. The Congo's rivers continue to carve new channels through the forest floor, just as they have for millions of years. These waterways carry sediments that gradually reshape the landscape, creating new oxbow lakes and abandoning old riverbeds. The forest adapts to these changes with patient flexibility, sending pioneer species to colonize newly formed sandbars, while ancient trees slowly surrender ground to shifting waters. Each flood season rewrites small portions of the forest's map, ensuring that the landscape remains dynamic and alive. Climate change is accelerating the pace of transformation across the Congo basin. Rainfall patterns that remained stable for centuries now shift unpredictably from year to year. Some areas receive more rain than ever recorded, while others experience unprecedented droughts. The forest species are responding to these changes by gradually shifting their ranges, following the climate conditions they need to survive. This slow-motion migration creates new combinations of species in some areas, while leaving empty niches in others. The Congo rainforest continues to speak, but its voice carries new urgency as it adapts to a rapidly changing world. Deep within the Congo's emerald embrace, countless waterfalls cascade through layers of green that filter sunlight into something magical. The forest canopy acts like nature's own stained glass window, breaking white sunlight into thousands of emerald and golden fragments that dance through the mist. These hidden waterfalls often remain invisible from above, completely shrouded by interlocking branches that form living roofs hundreds of feet overhead. The sound of rushing water echoes through the forest long before any waterfall comes into view, creating an acoustic map that guides both animals and explorers toward these secret sanctuaries. Light behaves differently in the Congo than anywhere else on Earth. The dense canopy blocks up to 95% of direct sunlight, creating a perpetual twilight world where only the most determined rays penetrate to the forest floor. When sunlight does break through gaps in the canopy, it creates dramatic shafts of golden light that illuminate water droplets and floating particles like tiny stars. These light beams shift and move throughout the day as the sun's angle changes, painting different parts of the waterfall in brilliant gold, while leaving others in mysterious shadow. The interplay between light and water creates rainbow fragments that appear and disappear as quickly as hummingbird wings. The waterfalls themselves range from gentle ribbons of water that whisper down moss-covered rocks to thundering torrents that plunge hundreds of feet into hidden pools. Many of these falls begin as springs that bubble up from underground rivers, their water so clear it seems to glow with its own inner light. The rocks behind the waterfalls often shine with a coating of algae and moss that reflects green light back into the falling water, giving the entire cascade an otherworldly emerald glow. This green reflection mingles with the golden sunbeams to create colors that seem too vivid to be real. Mist rises constantly from these hidden waterfalls, creating its own weather system within the forest. This water vapor catches and scatters light in ways that transform the air itself into something visible and alive. The mist carries negative ions that give the air around waterfalls a fresh, electric quality that both humans and animals find invigorating. These microscopic water droplets act like millions of tiny prisms, each one splitting white light into its component colors and filling the air with subtle rainbows that shimmer and fade with every breath of wind. The pools at the base of these waterfalls become mirrors that reflect the canopy above, creating the illusion of looking up into an underwater sky. Fish swimming in these pools appear to be flying through clouds of green leaves, their silver scales catching fragments of filtered sunlight and throwing them back in brilliant flashes. The water in these pools often appears black from above due to dissolved tannins from fallen leaves. But when sunlight penetrates the surface, it reveals depths that glow with amber and gold. These natural tannins give the water the color of strong tea, creating a warm, rich backdrop that makes every flash of silver fish or green reflection seem more vivid. Bioluminescent organisms thrive in the perpetual dampness around these waterfalls, adding their own ghostly light to the natural symphony of colors. Certain fungi growing on wet rocks glow with a pale green light that becomes visible only in the deepest shadows. This biological light mingles with reflected sunlight to create an environment where the boundaries between living light and reflected light blur into something dreamlike. The combination of falling water, filtered sunlight, and living luminescence creates scenes that seem more like fantasy than reality. Photography cannot capture the full spectrum of colors that dance around these hidden waterfalls. The human eye adapts constantly to the changing light conditions, seeing details and colors that cameras miss entirely. The interplay between warm golden sunlight and cool green reflections creates a color palette that shifts from moment to moment as clouds pass overhead or wind moves the canopy. These waterfalls exist in a world where light itself becomes liquid, flowing and pooling in ways that follow no rules except those of beauty and physics. Each waterfall creates its own microclimate where light, water, and living things interact in perfect balance. The constant spray keeps the surrounding rocks and plants perpetually moist, creating ideal conditions for species that exist nowhere else. These oases of light and water serve as gathering places for countless creatures, from tiny insects that dance in the light beams to larger animals that come to drink from the crystal clear pools. The waterfalls stand as monuments to the forest's ability to create beauty from the simple interaction of water, light, and time. When darkness settles over the Congo rainforest, the water waterfall pools become stages for a different kind of performance. The gentle splash of cascading water creates a constant rhythm that masks the approach of nocturnal hunters. Leopards move through the shadows with paws so soft they make no sound on the wet rocks. Their spotted coats blend perfectly with the dappled moonlight that filters through the canopy above. These big cats possess night vision 6 times more powerful than human sight, allowing them to navigate the treacherous terrain around waterfalls with perfect precision. The forest fills with sounds that daylight never hears. Tree hyrax begin their haunting calls from high in the canopy, producing screams so human-like that early explorers often mistook them for people in distress. These small mammals, no bigger than rabbits, create some of the loudest sounds in the African night. Their calls can carry for miles through the humid air, echoing off the rock faces behind waterfalls and creating an otherworldly chorus that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Fruit bats emerge from their roosts as the last light fades, their leathery wings creating soft whooshing sounds as they navigate between branches. These flying mammals use echolocation calls pitched so high that human ears cannot detect them. The clicks and chirps they produce bounce off leaves, rocks, and water, creating detailed sound maps of their environment. Near waterfalls, the constant noise of falling water forces bats to adjust their calls, raising the frequency even higher to cut through the aquatic symphony. Owls add their voices to the nighttime orchestra with calls that range from gentle hoots to piercing shrieks. The African wood owl produces a haunting tremolo that rises and falls like wind through the trees. Pell's fishing owl, one of the largest owls in Africa, hunts along the edges of waterfall pools with calls so deep they seem to rumble up from the earth itself. These massive birds can catch fish weighing several pounds. Their feathers specially adapted to repel water during their aquatic hunts. The clicking and chirping of insects creates a constant background hum that changes pitch and intensity throughout the night. Crickets and katydids produce their music by rubbing specialized wing structures together, creating frequencies that can reach levels painful to human ears. Different species call at different times, creating waves of sound that roll through the forest like invisible tides. The humidity near waterfalls amplifies these insect voices, making the night air itself seem to vibrate with life. Hippos emerge from deeper pools to graze on the lush vegetation that grows near water sources. Their massive bodies create deep grunts and snorts that echo off rock walls like distant thunder. When hippos call to each other across the water, their vocalizations can travel underwater as well as through the air. The sound waves bounce off the rocky bottoms of pools and emerge at distant points, creating an acoustic network that connects hippo populations across miles of forest waterways. Forest elephants move through the darkness with surprising stealth for animals weighing several tons. Their footsteps create deep, subsonic rumbles that travel through the ground faster than sound moves through air. Other elephants can feel these vibrations through specialized cells in their feet and trunks, allowing them to communicate across vast distances without making audible sounds. Near waterfalls, elephants often pause to listen, using the constant water noise as acoustic cover while they assess their surroundings for danger. Genets and civets hunt small prey along the rocky edges of pools, their claws clicking against wet stone as they search for frogs and insects. These cat-like carnivores produce soft chirps and purrs that blend with the water sounds, making them nearly impossible to locate by ear alone. Their large eyes reflect available light so efficiently that they seem to glow in the darkness, creating brief flashes of green or gold as they move between shadows. The forest floor comes alive with the rustling of small creatures moving through fallen leaves. Shrews and mice create tiny percussion sections as they scurry between roots and rocks, their movements amplified by the humid air that carries sound with unusual clarity. Frogs add their voices with calls that range from bell-like chimes to deep croaks that seem to emerge from the pools themselves. As dawn approaches, the night sounds gradually fade into the growing chorus of diurnal species. The transition happens slowly, with nocturnal and day-active animals overlapping their vocal territories for a brief period when the forest holds both night and day sounds simultaneously. This acoustic changing of the guard occurs every 12 hours with clockwork precision, creating a rhythm as reliable as the flow of water over stone. The waterfall pools serve as amphitheaters for this nightly concert. Their rocky walls and water surfaces creating perfect acoustics for nature's most secretive performers. The forest floor operates on a mathematical precision that would impress any engineer. A single fallen tree trunk begins its transformation into soil through a process that follows predictable timelines. The largest mahogany giants, some measuring 6 feet across, require exactly 50 to 70 years to completely decompose in the Congo's humid embrace. Smaller trees follow their own schedules. A 2-foot diameter trunk disappears into the earth in roughly 15 years, while branches the thickness of a human arm vanish in just 3 seasons. Temperature and moisture create the perfect equation for this transformation. The forest floor maintains a steady temperature between 75 and 85 degrees Fahrenheit year-round. Humidity levels hover consistently between 85 and 95%. These numbers never vary by more than a few degrees, creating laboratory conditions for decomposition. The mathematics become even more precise when scientists measure the layers. Every fallen log loses exactly 2 inches of diameter each year as fungi, bacteria, and insects work their way inward from the bark. Termites alone consume 40% of all dead wood in the Congo rainforest. A single termite colony processes approximately 200 pounds of cellulose annually. The colony follows strict mathematical ratios. For every 1 soldier termite, there are exactly 10 workers and 100 reproductive individuals. These proportions never change, creating a living calculator that breaks down forest debris with mechanical efficiency. The termites work in shifts that last precisely 6 hours, with new groups replacing tired workers in seamless rotation. Leaf decomposition follows even more elegant patterns. Fresh leaves that fall during the dry season take exactly 90 days to become unrecognizable fragments. Wet season leaves decompose in just 60 days due to increased microbial activity. Scientists can predict with remarkable accuracy that any leaf will lose 50% of its mass in the first 30 days, then shed the remaining half over the next month or two. The process follows what mathematicians call an exponential decay curve. The same mathematical pattern that describes radioactive elements and cooling coffee. Fungi orchestrate much of this decomposition through networks that span incredible distances. A single fungal organism can stretch its thread-like structures across 15 acres of forest floor. These networks contain roughly 100 million individual connections per square foot of soil. The fungi communicate through chemical signals that travel at speeds of up to 1 inch per hour, slow by human standards, but remarkably consistent across the entire forest. Each fungal thread measures exactly 1/1000th of an inch in diameter. Yet collectively, they process tons of organic matter every day. The soil itself reveals mathematical beauty in its layered structure. The top inch contains 90% of all nutrients. The next 3 inches hold 8%. The remaining 2% spreads through the deeper layers down to about 6 feet. This distribution follows a mathematical rule called the power law. The same pattern that governs earthquake magnitudes and city populations. Nature uses the same mathematical principles across vastly different scales. Water plays its own mathematical role in decomposition. Each square foot of forest floor receives exactly 47 inches of rainfall annually. The soil absorbs this water at a rate of 2 inches per hour during light rains, but only half an inch per hour during heavy downpours. The excess water creates temporary pools that last precisely 4 to 6 hours before draining into underground channels. These pools accelerate decomposition by increasing bacterial activity by exactly 300% while they exist. Bacteria populations follow predictable cycles tied to moisture and temperature. During peak conditions, bacterial numbers double every 20 minutes. A single gram of Congo forest soil contains approximately 1 billion individual bacteria. These microscopic workers break down organic compounds at rates that scientists can measure to the milligram. consume exactly their own body weight in organic matter every 6 hours, converting complex plant tissues into simple nutrients that new plants can absorb. The entire decomposition process creates a perfect recycling system with zero waste. Every carbon atom that enters the forest floor as dead plant matter eventually returns to the atmosphere or gets incorporated into new plant growth. The cycle takes an average of 7 years to complete for most organic materials. Scientists have calculated that the Congo rainforest recycles approximately 40 million tons of organic matter annually through this process. The mathematics of decomposition ensure that nothing is ever truly lost. Every molecule simply changes form and begins a new chapter in the forest's endless story of renewal and growth. This perfect recycling system depends on balance so delicate that a single disrupted element can topple the entire forest. Strangler figs demonstrate this fragility better than any other plant in the Congo. These remarkable vines begin life as tiny seeds dropped by birds in the canopy branches of massive trees. The seeds germinate in small pockets of debris and moisture collected in tree bark crevices. Young strangler figs send thin roots down toward the forest floor, while their leaves reach upward for sunlight. The journey from canopy to ground takes between 5 and 15 years, depending on the height of the host tree. As strangler figs grow, their roots thicken and multiply around the trunk of their host. The vine creates a living cage of woody stems that gradually tightens around the supporting tree. This process happens so slowly that the host tree continues growing normally for decades. Scientists have measured strangler fig growth rates at exactly 2 to 4 centimeters per year in trunk diameter. The host tree often grows faster than the strangler initially, creating space between the vine's embrace and the tree's bark. This gap allows both plants to coexist peacefully for 30 to 50 years. The balance shifts when the strangler fig's canopy reaches full sunlight above the forest roof. With unlimited access to solar energy, the vine accelerates its growth dramatically. Its roots expand and fuse together, solid wooden cylinder around the host tree's trunk. The strangler fig's leaves spread wide above, blocking sunlight from reaching the host tree's canopy. Deprived of light and slowly crushed by tightening roots, the host tree begins to weaken. The process takes another 20 to 30 years before the host tree dies completely. When the host tree finally perishes, its trunk rots away inside the strangler fig's hollow wooden cage. The vine now stands alone as a bizarre tree with a completely hollow center. Some strangler figs in the Congo have hollow trunks large enough for a person to walk through. These living tubes can reach heights of 60 meters while maintaining their structural integrity for centuries. The strangler fig's roots, originally designed to climb, now serve as the tree's entire support system. This dramatic transformation reveals the forest's delicate interdependence. Every strangler fig represents the death of one giant tree and the birth of another. The process maintains forest diversity by preventing any single tree species from dominating the canopy. Without strangler figs, fast-growing trees would eventually crowd out slower species. The vine's deadly embrace ensures that canopy space constantly changes hands between different plant families. The strangler fig's life cycle depends on precise timing that climate change now threatens to disrupt. The vine requires specific moisture levels during its vulnerable seedling stage. Too little rain and the young plants dry out before their roots reach the ground. Too much rain washes the seeds from their perches before they can establish themselves. Scientists have documented that strangler fig germination rates drop by 40% during years with irregular rainfall patterns. Temperature changes affect the delicate balance between strangler figs and their hosts. Warmer conditions accelerate the vine's growth rate, but also stress the host trees. When temperatures rise above normal ranges, host trees become more susceptible to the strangler's embrace. They die faster, sometimes before the strangler fig has developed sufficient root structure to support itself. This creates hollow trees that collapse, taking sections of canopy with them. The relationship between strangler figs and fruit-eating birds adds another layer of fragility. Over 40 bird species in the Congo depend on strangler fig fruits as their primary food source. These birds disperse the vine's seeds throughout the forest, maintaining genetic diversity across vast distances. When bird populations decline due to habitat loss or hunting pressure, strangler fig reproduction suffers immediately. Fewer seeds reach suitable germination sites, reducing the vine's ability to replace aging trees. Forest elephants play an unexpected role in this delicate system. These massive animals regularly knock down dead trees that have been hollowed by strangler figs. Their destructive behavior actually helps the forest by clearing space for new growth. When elephant populations decline, dead hollow trees accumulate in the canopy, blocking sunlight from reaching the forest floor. This reduces regeneration rates for ground-level plants and disrupts the entire forest structure. The Congo's strangler figs illustrate how evolution creates systems of breathtaking complexity from simple interactions. A bird drops a seed, a vine grows, a tree dies, a forest renews itself. Each step depends on countless variables remaining within narrow ranges. Temperature, rainfall, animal populations, and soil chemistry must all align perfectly for the process to continue. The margin for error grows smaller each year as human activities alter the forest's fundamental conditions. These patient vines that take decades to complete their deadly work now face changes happening faster than they can adapt. Their hollow trunks stand as monuments to both nature's ingenuity and its vulnerability. Scientists still puzzle over one of the Congo rainforest's most fundamental mysteries. The entire forest appears to breathe in a rhythm that researchers cannot fully explain. Satellite images reveal that the canopy expands and contracts in patterns that don't match seasonal rainfall or temperature changes. During some months, the forest grows visibly greener and denser from space. During others, it seems to pull back, becoming less vibrant despite adequate moisture and warmth. This breathing pattern occurs across millions of acres simultaneously, suggesting a coordination mechanism that remains hidden from human understanding. The mystery deepens when researchers examine individual tree growth rates. Some species accelerate their growth during periods when neighboring species slow down, as if they're taking turns using available resources. Mahogany trees might surge in growth, while nearby ebony trees pause their development. Months later, the pattern reverses without any obvious environmental trigger. This alternating rhythm creates a forest-wide pulse that scientists can measure but cannot predict. Weather stations throughout the Congo record normal conditions during these shifts, ruling out climate as the primary driver. Underground networks of fungal threads called mycorrhizae may hold part of the answer. These microscopic highways connect tree roots across vast distances, allowing forests to share nutrients and chemical signals. In the Congo, mycorrhizae networks stretch for hundreds of miles beneath the canopy, linking trees of different species in ways that researchers are only beginning to map. Some scientists believe these fungal networks coordinate the forest's breathing rhythm by controlling when and where nutrients flow. Trees might receive chemical messages through these underground channels, telling them when to grow and when to conserve energy. Carbon dioxide levels within the forest fluctuate in patterns that don't match photosynthesis cycles during daylight hours, when trees should be absorbing carbon dioxide most actively. Some areas of the Congo actually release more of this gas than they consume. The reverse happens at night in seemingly random locations. These carbon anomalies suggest that unknown processes are occurring within the forest ecosystem. Deep soil layers might be releasing stored carbon in response to signals that scientists haven't identified. Alternatively, massive underground root systems could be communicating through carbon exchanges that operate independently of surface conditions. The Congo's breathing rhythm affects animal behavior in ways that researchers are still documenting. Certain bird species time their breeding cycles to coincide with periods when the forest canopy is expanding. These birds somehow sense the forest's rhythm weeks before satellite images can detect the changes. Forest elephants also modify their migration patterns based on the breathing cycle, moving toward areas where the forest is about to enter a growth phase. How these animals predict the forest's behavior remains completely unknown. They may be responding to chemical signals, electromagnetic fields, or subtle environmental cues that human instruments cannot detect. Rainfall patterns within the Congo don't follow the models that work in other tropical forests. Computer simulations consistently fail to predict when and where rain will fall in different parts of the basin. The forest seems to create its own weather systems through mechanisms that meteorologists cannot explain. Some areas receive heavy rainfall, while neighboring regions remain dry, despite identical atmospheric conditions. This localized weather control might be connected to the forest's breathing rhythm, with expanding canopy areas somehow triggering precipitation. The relationship between forest growth and rainfall appears to be far more complex than simple cause and effect. Temperature regulation within the Congo defies conventional understanding of forest microclimates. Certain areas maintain steady temperatures even when surrounding regions experience significant fluctuations. These temperature-stable zones shift location over time, moving through the forest in patterns that don't correlate with topography, water sources, or canopy density. The forest appears to be actively managing its internal climate through unknown mechanisms. Some researchers theorize that massive root systems are moving heat energy underground, creating thermal currents that regulate surface temperatures across vast areas. The Congo's breathing rhythm may represent a form of forest intelligence that science has never encountered before. Individual trees might be components in a larger thinking system, with the entire forest functioning as a single organism. Chemical signals, fungal networks, and underground root connections could form a communication system of staggering complexity. If this theory proves correct, the Congo rainforest would be the largest living entity on Earth, making decisions about growth, reproduction, and resource allocation on a continental scale. The forest's breathing rhythm would then be evidence of thoughts and intentions operating at a timescale that humans can barely comprehend. These mysteries remind us how much remains unknown about our planet's most complex ecosystems. The Congo can revealing new puzzles faster than scientists can solve existing ones. The colors that dance through Congo's canopy today represent millions of years of evolutionary artistry. Each brilliant red flower, each iridescent beetle wing, each flash of blue from a kingfisher's breast tells a story of survival written in pigments and light. The forest's palette will continue evolving long after human civilization fades into memory. In 10,000 years, rising temperatures will push the forest's boundaries northward and southward. New color combinations will emerge as species adapt to changing rainfall patterns. The deep emerald greens that dominate today's understory may shift toward bronze and copper tones as plants develop new chlorophyll variants to capture different wavelengths of filtered sunlight. Evolution never stops painting. The brilliant scarlet of certain flowering vines exists because specific butterflies see red wavelengths more clearly than other colors. As butterfly populations shift and change, flower colors will shift with them. Plants that fail to attract pollinators vanish from the gene pool. Those with the most appealing colors survive to create the next generation's palette. This dance between flower and pollinator has been choreographing color for 50 million years. Tree frogs currently display warning colors in vivid yellows, oranges, and blues to advertise their toxicity to predators. Climate change will alter the chemical composition of the insects these frogs eat, potentially changing the toxins in their skin. New warning colors will evolve to match new chemical defenses. A frog species that warns predators with bright yellow today might flash electric purple a million years from now. The metallic sheen on beetle wings comes from microscopic structures that bend and reflect light. These structures evolve rapidly compared to other physical features. In just a few thousand generations, a beetle lineage can develop entirely new optical properties. Future Congo beetles might display colors that don't exist in nature today, created by novel arrangements of microscopic mirrors and prisms. Bird plumage colors serve multiple purposes beyond attracting mates. The deep forest creates unique lighting conditions that favor certain color combinations over others. as the forest canopy changes height and density over geological time, bird colors will adapt to new lighting environments. Species that thrive in today's dim understory might develop completely different color schemes to succeed in tomorrow's altered light conditions. The relationship between plant colors and animal vision drives much of the forest's chromatic evolution. Many mammals see different color ranges than humans do. Primates that evolved in Congo's canopy can distinguish subtle differences in leaf colors that help them identify the ripest fruits. As primate populations change, the plants they depend on will adjust their fruit colors to remain visible to their most important seed dispersers. Seasonal color changes in plants will become more dramatic as climate patterns intensify. Trees that currently show subtle shifts from green to brown during dry seasons might evolve spectacular autumn displays rivaling those of temperate forests. The selective pressure comes from the need to time leaf drop and regrowth. With increasingly unpredictable rainfall patterns, underground, the colors of fungal networks will evolve alongside their plant partners. Many fungi produce pigments that help them communicate with tree roots or compete with other microorganisms as soil chemistry changes due to shifting precipitation and temperature. New fungal colors will emerge. The forest floor of the future might glow with bioluminescent fungi in colors that evolution hasn't yet invented. Flower colors will become more intense and varied as pollinators face increasing challenges from habitat fragmentation. Plants will need to attract pollinators from greater distances, leading to the evolution of more vivid, longer-lasting blooms. The subtle pastels that work well in today's dense forest might give way to bold, saturated colors that can be seen through increasing gaps in the canopy. The speed of color evolution accelerates during periods of environmental stress. The Congo is entering such a period now. Color changes that might normally take hundreds of thousands of years could occur in mere millennia. Future visitors to this forest might witness a riot of colors unlike anything in Earth's history. Even as individual species change color, the overall harmony of the forest's palette will persist. evolution tends to create color combinations that work together rather than clash. The reds, greens, blues, and yellows of tomorrow's Congo will blend as beautifully as today's colors do, even though the specific hues will be entirely different. The Congo's colors connected to the broader story of life on Earth. Every pigment molecule, every reflective surface, every play of light through leaves represents solutions to the fundamental challenge of survival. As long as life persists in this forest, evolution will continue painting new masterpieces with an endless palette of possibility. Beneath the visible splendor of the Congo's canopy lies an invisible network more complex than any human technology. The forest floor pulses with chemical conversations carried through fungal threads finer than spider silk. These microscopic highways connect tree roots across vast distances, creating what scientists call the wood wide web. A single handful of Congo soil contains more fungal networks than there are stars visible to the naked eye on a clear night. The mycorrhizal fungi that form these networks evolved their partnership with plants over 400 million years ago. Long before the first dinosaurs walked the earth, fungi and roots were already sharing resources and information. In the Congo, this ancient alliance reaches its most sophisticated expression. The fungal threads, called hyphae, extend the reach of tree roots by up to 1,000 times their natural length. A single tree can connect to hundreds of other trees through this underground internet. The network operates on principles of mutual benefit that mirror the laws governing galaxies and solar systems. Trees with excess sugar from photosynthesis share their abundance with neighbors struggling in shade. In return, they receive minerals and water from trees with better access to soil nutrients. The system maintains balance through constant give and take. Much like gravitational forces keep planets in stable orbits around stars. No single tree dominates the network completely, just as no single star controls an entire galaxy. Chemical messages travel through these fungal highways at speeds that would impress any telecommunications engineer. When leafcutter ants attack one tree, warning signals race through the underground network, fast than the ants can march. Trees throughout the area begin producing defensive compounds before the threat reaches them. The Congo's trees share information about drought, disease, and insect attacks through chemical signals as precise as digital data packets. Mother trees send extra nutrients to their offspring through the fungal network, ensuring genetic continuity across generations. The network demonstrates memory that spans decades. Older trees store information about past droughts, floods, and other environmental stresses in their chemical signatures. They share this historical data with younger trees through the fungal connections, passing down survival strategies like an oral tradition encoded in molecules. The forest learns from its own history, becoming more resilient with each passing generation. This collective memory helps explain why ancient forests like the Congo can survive climate changes that would devastate younger ecosystems. The fungal networks themselves represent one of Earth's most successful life forms. The largest known organism on our planet is not a whale or a giant sequoia, but a fungal network in Oregon that spans over 2,000 acres. The Congo's fungal networks likely dwarf even this massive organism, though their full extent remains unmapped. These networks have survived multiple mass extinctions that wiped out dinosaurs and countless other species. Their resilience comes from their distributed nature, with no single point of failure that could collapse the entire system. The underground internet connects the Congo to global cycles that regulate our planet's climate. The fungal networks help trees absorb and store carbon more efficiently than isolated trees ever could. Connected trees live longer, grow larger, and sequester more carbon from the atmosphere. The network effectively turns the entire forest into a single, massive carbon storage facility. This underground cooperation helps stabilize Earth's climate in ways that scientists are only beginning to understand. The chemical complexity of these networks rivals anything found in human brains. Individual fungal threads can process multiple chemical signals simultaneously, routing information along the most efficient pathways, just like neurons firing in a vast mind. The network exhibits exhibits behaviors that suggest a form of forest intelligence, making decisions about resource allocation and threat response that benefit the entire ecosystem. Some researchers propose that forests like the Congo possess a rudimentary form of consciousness distributed across millions of interconnected organisms. The atoms that form these fungal networks originated in the nuclear furnaces of ancient stars. The carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus flowing through the underground internet once burned in stellar cores billions of years ago. The same elements that enable trees to communicate through fungal highways also form the neural networks in human brains. We share a common atomic heritage with the forest's underground internet, built from stellar debris scattered across the cosmos. When massive stars ended their lives in spectacular explosions. This hidden network beneath the Congo represents one of evolution's greatest achievements in cooperation. In a universe governed by entropy and decay, life has created systems of stunning complexity and beauty. The underground internet of roots and fungi demonstrates that connection, not competition, drives the most successful ecosystems on Earth. As we drift toward sleep, we can imagine ourselves part of this vast network, connected to every tree, every fungal thread, every chemical message flowing through the forest floor. All of us made from the same ancient starlight. The Congo rainforest stands as one of Earth's most powerful guardians against climate change. This vast green expanse absorbs more carbon dioxide from the atmosphere than any other forest on the planet, except the Amazon. Every year, the Congo's trees pull roughly 1.2 billion tons of carbon from the air and lock it away in their wood, roots, and soil. That's equivalent to removing the emissions from 260 million cars from our atmosphere annually. The forest's ability to regulate global weather patterns extends far beyond carbon storage. Water that evaporates from the Congo's canopy travels thousands of miles, eventually falling as rain across Europe and Asia. Scientists have traced water molecules from the Congo basin all the way to the monsoons that feed crops in India and China. The moisture rising from these African trees helps maintain rainfall patterns that billions of people depend on for their survival. Deep within the forest floor, layers of decomposing leaves and fallen branches create one of the richest carbon reserves on Earth. Some areas contain soil so dense with stored carbon that a single square meter holds the equivalent of what an average car produces in 6 months. This underground carbon bank has been building for millions of years, with each fallen leaf adding to the vast treasury of captured atmospheric gas. The Congo's trees also serve as the planet's air conditioning system. The forest's canopy reflects sunlight back into space, while simultaneously cooling the air through evaporation. On average, the Congo rainforest maintains temperatures that are 10 degrees cooler than the surrounding grasslands. This cooling effect influences weather patterns across the entire African continent and helps stabilize global atmospheric circulation. Scientists have discovered that the forest breathes in a rhythm that matches the seasons. During the wet months, the trees absorb carbon dioxide at their fastest rate, growing rapidly in the abundant moisture. In the dry season, their metabolism slows, but they continue their steady work of pulling carbon from the air. This breathing pattern has remained consistent for thousands of years, creating a reliable rhythm in Earth's atmospheric composition. The massive trees of the Congo also act as living weather stations, recording climate history in their growth rings. Some of the forest's giants have been documenting rainfall patterns, temperature changes, and atmospheric conditions for over 800 years. Their rings tell stories of ancient droughts, volcanic winters, and gradual climate shifts that occurred long before humans began measuring weather. As night settles over the Congo basin, the forest continues its quiet work. In the darkness, billions of leaves release oxygen into the atmosphere while drawing in carbon dioxide. The chemical processes that power this exchange happen at the molecular level, where electrons dance between atoms in reactions that have sustained life on Earth for millions of years. Each breath we take contains oxygen molecules that may have been released by a Congo tree just weeks ago. The forest's role as a climate guardian connects it to every corner of our planet, Ocean currents carry nutrients that eventually reach the Congo's rivers. Winds transport the forest's moisture to distant continents. The carbon stored in these trees influences the chemistry of our entire atmosphere. In this way, the Congo rainforest participates in the same planetary systems that govern weather patterns, ocean temperatures, and atmospheric composition everywhere on Earth. Tonight, as you rest, the Congo's trees continue their ancient duty. They stand in the African darkness, their leaves rustling softly in the warm air, their roots extending deep into soil rich with the carbon of countless generations, the same atoms that form their cellulose and chlorophyll once burned in the hearts of dying stars. The oxygen they release tonight will travel on global winds, eventually reaching lungs and leaves on every continent. The Congo rainforest reminds us that our planet operates as a single, interconnected system. The trees growing in Central Africa influence the weather in your hometown. The carbon they store affects the temperature of oceans on the other side of the world. The moisture they release becomes the rain that fills rivers thousands of miles away. In this vast network of atmospheric and oceanic connections, every forest, every tree, every leaf plays a part in maintaining the delicate balance that makes life possible. As our journey through the Congo's wonders comes to an end, we can rest knowing that this magnificent forest continues its work through the night. While we sleep, its trees breathe steadily in the African darkness, their roots connected to the underground networks we've explored, their canopy reaching toward stars whose light began its journey millions of years ago. The forest stands as a living to the power of cooperation, the beauty of complexity, and the gentle persistence of life on our remarkable planet. Subscribe for a brand new Earth topic every night. One tap, and something wonderful is waiting for you tomorrow. Sweet dreams.